Okay.
Rob, I can't hear you. Hold on. Oh, can you hear me, Rob? I think you're muted, Rob.
It was muted. Thank you. How are you? Good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Good. Good.
Yeah. I miss summertime, but I'm happy to be back.
I'm with you. You know, the fall's good. Fall's fine. Fall's fun, but I don't like plain and simple.
Miss the beach. It's good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. Family's good. Everyone's well.
Yeah, everybody's good.
Good.
The girls are great. Margot started third grade. She's 8, and Josephine is a fresh 5 in kindergarten.
Important first days.
That's what they tell me. So, so I am doing my best to try to keep them happy and healthy, and yeah. So that's it. How about you? How are all yours? I know we've got a bunch of people coming in, so I'm going to admit people. I don't know if I should, but I'm going to.
Hey, everyone's well. Yeah, I see a lot of folks coming in, which is great.
See, Nico just popped in, so.
Hey, Damien, it's Nico. I'm actually in a taxi, so apologies if I'm not on camera, but I just wanted to thank you both again for this incredible support of our 2025 NurseHack4Health Pitchathon, and this very important and vital, actually critical session in terms of budgeting and competitive analysis. So thank you so much for being able to join us today and to support the teams.
Nico, thank you. I mean, right. I mean, thank you for that. I mean, we definitely appreciate working and collaborating with you at any given time, and everyone in the NERCS, you know, in the hackathon and SANCL. So thanks to Rob as well for, you know, for being here as well. And I think there's a couple other folks here on the call from Drexel as well.
Amazing.
And so no, we're excited to be here. This is going to be nuts and bolts, right, stuff. And so we're just excited again to be with you all again. Rob, you want to say anything?
No, just thank you so much as always for welcoming us to this organization and to this this annual event. It's really the highlight actually of our fall. I was saying I generally don't like to be off the beach after a long summer, but this is always a good reason to be back. So thank you all for joining today.
Well, we're very grateful for your support, so thank you, and good luck on today's session. I actually have to jump. We have our NurseHack4Health Pitchathon in Brazil taking place in just a minute now, so I'm actually going to be running over to that room, but looking forward to following up with everybody after the event. Thank you.
Be well.
You too.
All right. Well, how about let's see here. It's well, you know, it's 1 after 12 here, and again, this is going to be really just a free form here. We're going to have 2 great conversations that we're going to walk you through here. But I want to make sure that I get my way around here with Teams. You'll appreciate that I'm not at Drexel. We're not as familiar with Teams, right, Rob? I'm making sure that I can see everyone here. So perhaps, Rob, maybe we get you started and I'll just kind of monitor what's happening. I can see the chat, so that's great. And I'll just continue to do that. We'll just flow through the stuff. Folks, if you have questions at any given time, please put it in the chat. Rob, what do you think? Does that work, or do you want to have questions?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah? Okay, great. So let's just do that. I'll monitor the chat. Rob, the floor is yours.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you all for joining us today. I know we have an hour set aside, and there are going to be 2 conversations that are going to be happening. As Damien had mentioned, it is more freeform because we're somewhat at the beginning of the process for you all. So the idea really today is just to kind of give you a brief overview of competitive analysis and budgeting. I'm going to do it via a presentation, but it's going to be mostly conversational, like we're having right now. And then the idea is we are a resource for you going forward. So I'm going to send this presentation out to everyone after today's conversation. It'll be available to you. It has some of the nuts and bolts of budgeting. And then as you are thinking about next steps, you know, we encourage you to reach out to us. I know Nico and the team have our contact information. It's probably in this calendar invitation. as well. So, don't hesitate to reach out. Just in terms of an introduction, I am one of the professors here at Drexel University's Charles D. Close School of Entrepreneurship. I work very closely with Damian Salas, who's going to be introducing himself in a few minutes. But I teach all the investment courses. So when it comes to starting a business, there's the heavy lifting of your ideation, thinking about your idea and bringing it to life. And as you're doing that, though, it usually requires some resources. Sometimes they are resources that require money. Sometimes they're not. But that's what we try to get you to start thinking about as early on as possible, because all of those dollars over time need to be accounted for. So the simplest way to think about starting your business is essentially start budgeting your checkbook, the way that we used to when we would sit around the kitchen table and have the old checkbook in front of us and think about where our costs are and what we need to budget for as it relates to the next 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days. The reason it's so important, because when you do start to go outside and you ask someone for money for your business, and it can be $10, it could be $1,000, it could be $1 million. It doesn't matter how much it is. The first thing that is typically asked of all of those investors, or from all those investors, is how long is that money going to last? How long are you going to be able to sustain your business or your idea on that $10 or that $1 million? So it's going to be incumbent on you as the founder to think about where those allocations are going to be going, and then managing your cash, your what's called your burn rate, your cash burn needs. So how quickly are you going to be burning through those dollars? And it's an art as much of a science, because you've never launched this business before. So you don't know exactly how much things are going to cost. So you do your best to essentially understand where costs are and where they're going to be associated, and then, of course, how much they're going to be. So what we usually start off with when we're teaching early stage venture financing is we start with competitive analysis. We start about thinking, what other companies have done this? What other products are out there? And who else would I be generally competing against in the space in which I'm looking to operate? Most of you will already know those companies because you're probably looking to build a better version. You're trying to build something that you don't think works well or could be more effectively deployed in an operating room or on a hospital floor or with your own patients, which is good, which means that there should be a lot of information out there based on the fact that someone else has done it, but in a slightly different or modified way, and you're looking to improve upon it. A few of you will have completely novel ideas, something that maybe potentially has never been done before, or never utilized on the floor of a hospital, or never utilized in the healthcare industry. That's a little bit more challenging, but you can still do competitive analysis on products that are similar or relatively similar to what you're looking to create. So I would love to give you this inside information as to how you do an effective competitive analysis, but the reality is it is just searching online. That's where it all starts. We're all, on Google and ChatGPT now anyway. So the best thing to do is just start with a general online search. Even if you're asking, ChatGPT, this is the kind of company that I was thinking about launching. Don't give it too many details because we really don't know where that information goes, but give it a broad stroke as to what you're looking to do, and is there anybody else out there that does it? And you start to gather that information, you gather that list, and then you start to look a little bit more granularly at what those companies are offering. The best way to think about yourself while you're doing this, have fun with it, is think of yourself as an investigative journalist. You get to look outside of your company for not a long time. The truth is, it's probably the only time that you're not going to be mired in everything that you have to do to get this business going and do your full-time job. So we teach our students at Drexel how to be investigative reporters, looking outside of the story, trying to build an unbiased look at who are the players in this sub-industry or sector that you are going to be competing against, and start gathering as much intelligence as possible. It starts with what I consider more external intelligence. So that searches, going to your local library, this product is sold somewhere, going to the store in which it's sold, if it is a product or some type of device that you think could be that it might be somewhere and available. Asking people, what they think of it, looking at reviews of the product or looking at reviews of the services, seeing where the gaps are that you could potentially fill, and then use that to build your analysis of costs. We'll get there in a minute, but as an investigative journalist, essentially what you're doing is you're building a story. You're trying to figure out what the story is of your company, who are going to be the players that are going to be competing against you, and then how are you going to be able to effectively create a map of where those players are. And I'll show you that graphically in a few minutes. But I don't want any of us to be slaves to these presentations, so I'll just talk to you to start. And it's mapping those out. It's mapping those competitors out. Those competitors, and you could rank those competitors on a scale of 1 to 4. Ones would be the closest to you in terms of competitive risk. To a 4, probably not competitive, but it wouldn't be hard for them to just acquire a company and do what I'm looking to do. But they have to have the idea, they have to have the budget, they've got to have the mandate. So it might not be inevitable that that happens. So maybe you would risk them lower. But while you're doing all this, you are thinking about who they are as companies, as products, as people. What's their history? And a lot of times you can gather these founder stories and understand through those stories or through information that's publicly available what it took to start the business. How much were the resources? What resources were required? Did I need fixed costs? A fixed cost is an office, a notebook, a computer to do the call with. Those are costs that are going to happen one time, hopefully, generally remain at that price level or that cost going forward, versus variable costs. And those are costs that are going to go up and down depending on tariffs, depending on interest rates, depending on the price of goods. So whatever it may be, those variable costs are going to be important, and you're going to be looking at those as you're building out this map. So the competitive analysis can tell you a lot of this through this research and through this investigation. And while you're doing it, you're mapping it out. Now, the reason you're doing that, which is the second question that somebody's going to ask you, and usually, unfortunately, it's not in the form of a question. It's in the form of a statement. And it starts as a question, but it quickly becomes a statement, I should say. So the question usually is, have you ever heard of X company? And let's just say, I'm launching a new pair of tennis sneakers because of the US Open. And I think we can do it better. And I do a competitive analysis for my potential investor, and I don't put Nike on that slide. If the first question that somebody asks me is, have you seen all of the players who are wearing Nikes? Are you familiar with what Nike is doing with tennis shoes? And I say, yes, yes, but I didn't put them in this context because you're already creating a little bit of concern for your potential investor because you don't understand the competitive landscape fully. So what you really want to do is exhaust that competitive analysis to bring in as many people and many companies, as many products as you possibly can, to give your investors the comfort to know that you've done the due diligence, that you've done the research. Every time, and Damien, I know you've probably gone through the same thing with the companies that you've taught, the student founders. Every time we get a student founder in front of our students or in front of potential investors, that's usually the second question is, have you heard of this other company? And unfortunately, a lot of times they haven't. And they end up having something very eerily similar to what they're doing. You can feel and hear and almost taste the air going out of the room when it happens. And it can be a major gap, a major shortfall during that, both the ideation and the investigation. So you almost want to marry those two while you're coming up with your idea. It's hard to do. I'm guilty of it as well. I launched a third party, a media company. And I was so excited about what we were doing. I did not even think about or want to think about what anybody else was doing because I was doing it. And that's, it's human behavior. It's behavioral finance. It's what we tend to do. We tend to think, quite myopically when we're dealing with a business and money and our own money. We have to take ourselves outside of ourselves. And that's why that exercise is so important. And we start these training sessions by really hammering it home that the reality is that the budgeting is the easy part. We get scared off by the math because I was a history major, so I'm immediately frightened by math. But most of us maybe are a little bit more mathematically or at least financially inclined. But that's not where we stumble more often than not, because people will be very forgiving of your budgets. They'll be very forgiving of where you think costs are going to be, because most of us know that we have no idea, and it's just, again, you're balancing that checkbook, right? I had no idea that there was going to be a leak in my ceiling this afternoon. I had no idea, that my daughter was going to, get a cut at school and I had to, drive an extra X amount to pay for gas, whatever it is. We all live and breathe that. So we understand that there are going to be variations in your budget, but it's the research, it's the qualitative work that we tend to be less forgiving about when we are evaluating an early stage startup. So I really want to stress to you all that idea of taking time to think, but I call it, it's the Daniel Kahneman model of thinking fast and thinking slow. So, when you're presented a problem, you're going to have an instinct as to what you think is going to be, the competitive advantage of your product, or what you think is going to be differentiated relative to other products or other services that are on the market. But then you want to take the time to slow down. It's the sprinter and the marathon runner. You kind of want to be a middle distance runner when you are launching a business, because you're going to be going back and forth between the fast twitch and the slow twitch muscles. So as a result of that, take a lot of time with this competitive analysis and give yourself the flexibility to grow it. It's a very dynamic exercise. And again, I can't tell you how often companies miss, or have these gaps in knowing who the competitive landscape is. And what will happen, just to kind of bring full circle, is if you are the compelling founder, like if one of you on the screen of is just, so, and I'm sure you all are, so I have no doubt. I've met a lot of you over the years. I know you all are, but so dynamic. And you're like, I would put money with this person just because they were so passionate about their idea. They did so much due diligence leading into that conversation. They did so much, but I've seen this before. I've seen this product before. I've seen it try to go to market and it just hasn't worked. Or I've seen how long the regulatory approval process is, or I've seen how long clinical trials take, and it's just not going to work. But I'm willing to invest in that person. A lot of the reason for that is this process, is this granular due diligence, really giving yourself the time to figure out as effectively as possible who's doing what and how. What you have at your advantage, all of you, is that you're all healthcare professionals, and more often than not, people will take your calls. And if you don't think that, I trust you, it's like being a student in some ways, particularly if you're associated with this group and in this competition. So you don't just do the online research, but you also start to contact people, build out your network. These are the early days that you're going to be doing this anyway, and you never know how that network build out is going to benefit the longer term goals of your organization. More often than not, what you see during this process are the uncovering of potential investors. So while you're exploring an idea, and you're not giving away the candy store, you're not, giving all your trade secrets, but someone that might really resonate with somebody and say, talk about technology. Our AI assistant just told us they were taking notes and making sure this is all adequately transcribed for your future reference. Those conversations are going to prove to be very beneficial. And, just think about it as, as an exploratory at somebody, as exploratory conversations. Have you ever seen a product like this? I see that you're currently using this product, or you currently have this service. What do you like about it? What don't you like about it? Some of you, I'm sure, have already done this work, but it's organizing it in a way to clarify and really corroborate your idea with what's being offered in the broader universe. And I'm going to stop real quick. I'm a teacher. If you're not on mute, please mute your video. Somebody's listening to music, and it's making me want to turn on my Spotify playlist and start rocking something else out. So if you could please mute your video, I'd really appreciate it. And somebody's probably walked away from their computer while they're listening to music. So anyway, thank you so much. So the competitive analysis, super important. Spend a lot of time, really dig into it. Bring yourself through those exercises. I share some of those exercises with you. Let me pull this up really quickly. There we go. So this will be available to all of you as we go forward. Let's see if it works. Here we go. So, for hallmarks that I always like to, share with our student founders and really anybody I've ever worked with. And in my career, I didn't talk about myself too much. I'm a professor here at Drexel. I have been for the last 3 years. This is my 4th year. Prior to that, I worked in the investment industry. So I was on the side of the table that was considering companies like yours for investment, working in venture capital, private markets, and public market investments. I did that for almost 25 years. So the first thing that we always encourage our students to do, and I encourage all of you to do, is just, don't lose sight of the big picture. Those day-to-day issues distract us from those longer-term goals, but planning out is really important. I joke around. I say it's kind of being present while looking outward. So you want to be present in the day-to-day, but you still want to be looking out at the big picture. And I think, in my opinion, there are only 3 places where that really exists. One is the classroom, where you can be fully present, but you are thinking about your future. The other is at a startup, where you are in every minute, moment to moment, but you're thinking about, what if this makes it? What if I need $1,000? What if I run out of money? So you're constantly looking at the future as you're running the business day to day. And I can't help myself. I grew up on the beach, and I think the ocean's edge is the other place. You're in the present when you're looking at that beautiful ocean, but you can't help but look at the future when you look out. So all of that leads you to planning. That's, if you haven't gotten the message of all of this information that I've given you so far in the first 21 minutes, it's all about planning, keeping records, keep as best you can, not just the budget, but a journal of your thoughts, a presentation, a working competitive landscape, a working competitive map, anything that allows you to think critically, and then, well, I should say tactically and strategically, near term and long term. You're likely already planning informally, so start thinking about now how much time it's taken. Imagine if you were being paid by the hour. Now, how much have you spent in time getting to where you are today? And that's a really helpful exercise as well. So if you get paid, if you're somebody who works the floor of a hospital and you're making X amount of dollars an hour, imagine how much you could be making on the floor, but you're allocating to this particular startup. That helps give you an early sense as to how much you're going to be spending. And then last but not least, make it a process. Make it a checkbook, make it a process. Turn that informal idea into something solid. As soon as you write it down, it's part of your business. That's how we teach our students here in the classroom. Formalizing it, memorializing it onto paper or a presentation or a draft business plan will take you a very long way. That's me with a beard. The last time I gave this presentation, it was around funding for impact. I suspect that a lot of your companies will be around social impact. or healthcare impact or mental health and wellness, whatever it is, these are just some principles for you to be thinking about as you are going forward. I always include these in the presentation because we've just found over the last couple of years, a lot of you are admirably launching businesses that are looking to do good. So we're grateful to be a part of that as well. These are the ways I mentioned before, how you can map out those stakeholders in your business. You could do this with competitors. You could do this with potential investors. You could do this with the people who are working alongside you. Who are the stakeholders in your business? The first person is going to be you, right? And it's going to be thinking about what your expectations are of yourself and then ultimately of others who are coming into the business. You're going to be a 3. You're going to be the highest importance of your business, but it'll be very helpful for you to start to prioritize where you should be deploying ultimately your money, but initially your time and your resources. You can map it out as well. This is another visual some people like to use. The stakeholders along the left side, along the bottom, the importance to success, who's positive, who could potentially be negative. Let's say you have a bad bank and you've been very disappointed in your local bank and you need a new bank, but unfortunately they're a really important stakeholder in your business right now because they hold all of your capital. So they may be very important to your success, but the expectations that you've had from your banking relationship so far have been pretty poor. So that should be an indicator to you that you need a new banking relationship. So that's just an example of how that map can help formalize things. We spend a lot of time thinking about decision making because it becomes so critical when you're launching a business. And this is when I get into people really trying to slow down, and think about the short term and the long term, or the fast thinking and the slow thinking. So I always give this problem to my students. If a bat and a ball costs $1.10 in total, the bat costs $1 more than the ball, how much does the ball cost? And answer right away. So we get them to answer right away. More often than not, they give us the wrong answer, which is fine. The correct answer together is $1.10, but we tend to very quickly do this math in our head, and as a result, we'll typically get it wrong. But if we slow down, I've given you the math here, so you don't have to go through it on this presentation. But it's a great example of that whole concept between thinking fast and thinking slower. As he calls it, system 1, fast thinking, system 2, which is more deliberate, logical thinking. So in the last couple minutes here, because I think that's going to be my 30 minutes, let me just give you a couple just very intuitive pieces of advice around budgeting. First and foremost, allocate time for it. Whatever you do, spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes a day, whenever or wherever you're allocating time, because one of our colleagues here actually has made a business out of this and has done some very incredible research on it as well, but it is hugely stressful. It's one of the most stressful things in our lives is thinking about money, thinking about spending money, how to save money, how to deploy money. And most of us, unfortunately, will avoid it, which is why even in class, we always find that students tend to do the budget at the very end instead of at the very beginning. For good reason, they've got to do the competitive research, but always make some time for it. As I mentioned before, start to think about how much your time costs. How many hours a day are you spending on it? And then you can start to create some realistic budgets as a result. You can use that historic information that you've been gathering, or more importantly, the competitive analysis. What else have others done? And then most importantly, make sure that the right people are involved. Have somebody you trust to just bounce these numbers off of. If it's not your partner or your mom or dad or your best friend, if you don't have a good relationship with somebody at your bank, get one. If you don't have an accountant, get one. I would highly encourage it. It's a good use of money and resources. It's usually only a few $100s. If you're only using them at tax season, that's great. But I would move away from the online tax returns and try to talk to somebody, because it can be helpful for a lot of other things as well. ultimately, some of you may even utilize, which some of you I hope are already are utilizing some type of financial advisor. They also go a long way in terms of helping you budget and plan for these types of capital expenditures, which are these big spends that you might be making. So I think the benefits are are intuitive, but what it allows you to do, it manage your money, monitor performance, helps you meet those objectives. You can plan for the future, and I find it's very motivating. It's something that tends to click in people. These are some of the things that you want to be asking yourselves. Well, before going into the budget, which is, what are the projected sales potentially? Now, a lot of you may not be in sales mode right now, which is fine. So just go right to the costs. What are the costs of doing this? How much is it going to cost me to get an app up and running? How much is it going to cost me to, purchase a 3D printer? How much is it going to cost me to get a subcontractor in China? Whatever it is, start to create that budget using what are going to be those direct costs, and then think about what, as I said before, what's going to be fixed, what's always going to be there that is going to have to be part of this budget. And for some of you, it just might be your time. How much does it cost you? The economic term around that is your opportunity cost. What am I losing by not doing X, by focusing on Y? And if Y is your new business and X is your side hustle or your full-time job, you'll want to start thinking about those overhead costs, like how much it's going to cost you to be there and doing it. These are just some of the things that you'll need. Most of you won't have revenue at this point, so you don't have to get into it. And then what I'm going to end with, which I hope is just a really easy, kind of finance, accounting 101 basics of financial statements and budgets in the context of the fall. We've done this every fall for the last 4 years. So I always like to use apple picking as the example. And and last but not least, we're here to help you through the process. Anything you need, let us know. We love working with you all, and we wish you nothing but success with the contest.
Yeah.
Thanks, Damien.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Rob, you covered a lot of stuff there, which is great. And you mentioned you'll share that deck, which is fantastic. You covered some of the competitive analysis stuff. I think was very useful. And one of the things that you mentioned, right, that we see, right, as professors, we see all the time, and you say, and you mentioned that in the very beginning, that not just we see in the classroom, but we see it. Generally speaking, if we're judging competitions, is someone's going to ask, yeah, but do you know X, Y, and Z? They're doing something exactly the way you are. Yeah. Again, we want to present to everyone in this, in the hackathon here, some nuts and bolts stuff. Really, again, to give you in the limited time that we have, some ideas for you to go out there and actually do it, right? And that's a big one, right? That's a really important one in this context, right? If you're missing a really big and obvious competitor, that's not going to be good. You mentioned Nike, right, Rob? You're missing Nike. I mean, how could you not put Nike in your competitive analysis if you're selling sneakers down the shore? I think is what you mentioned, right? Now, but if there's a small batch, if there's a small fashion house that's developing a sneaker very similar to you, and maybe they're, again, in the early stage, and they're, maybe somewhere, maybe not even in the same region, maybe in another country. Are you expected to know that in your competitive analysis? Well, yes, but if you miss that, if you're presenting to that and they ask you that question, do you know this really obscure competitor? You could say, thank you for that information, and we're going to take that and use that. But Rob, again, right? I mean, and everyone, when you're thinking about this, you all have a really, in this space, a really unique competitive advantage, right? Because the best competitive analysis that I've seen, Rob, and again, I'm not sure if you can echo this, are from people that know the industry, right? Because you then know the questions to ask the Google, right? As you mentioned, are going in there and doing some research on there. And so the best, and again, I don't know what companies everyone here is thinking about doing. Perhaps you're thinking about starting them, a landscaping business, nothing related to healthcare. And maybe you have some deep knowledge in that. But I find the best competitive analysis that I've seen are people that have deep knowledge of the industry that they're working in, because then they can go and find those obscure competitors, because you do want to know who they are ultimately to build your moat. So I have some slides as well. I'm going to share my screen. Rob did go through a lot of this as well. I'm going to go a little bit deeper on some of the things that Rob just mentioned as well. And let me see if I can do this in my Teams skill set is pretty limited. But tell me, Rob, if you don't mind, I can't see everything. Can you see?
Yeah, you're good to go.
All right, great. So I'm going to skip through some of these slides because, again, I think Rob did a really good job. But just a quick welcome. And again, thank you for inviting us here. An introduction. My name is Damian Salas, and I'm also a professor at the Close School, and I wear many different hats, right? I teach specifically a class called Launch It. It's our 10-week accelerator course where we talk deeply, and the students, in fact, must prepare a competitive analysis. So I've been doing this for a long time, but I'm also the co-founder of GREW. I write for Psychology Today, and I've done some work for the APA around technology and the future of healthcare. So what I'm going to show you here, again, just really quick basic stuff, really kind of get into the weeds on some areas. That is, and Rob, you did I think again something to highlight there that Rob highlighted, and I will here as well, is that you know how to do this stuff, right? For some of us, you've already completed perhaps a competitive analysis that you've done. Some of you, maybe even towards the end of what I'm going to be showing you, this could be a new information for you to do. Either way, hopefully, again, we're hoping that you take some pieces of this and actually use, obviously, within what you're doing right now. So, why? I think, again, we went over this. You're going to innovate smarter. You're going to prepare for that scrutiny that we just talked about, and you're going to optimize your efforts. Here's some of the core stuff, and this is really what I wanted to get to in terms of expand on some of the things that Rob just highlighted for us right there. And so, these are some of the core pieces that I've seen throughout looking at competitive analysis throughout my 13 years there. The first element there is really, you got to really map the full competitive landscape. Rob even mentioned some of the pieces there, but it's not just the direct competitors, it's the indirect competitors, and it's even maybe the competitors that are coming. And if you can anticipate what your potential competitors or your future competitors could be, that's a really deep analysis, and that can be done in certain areas depending on the technology or what you're building out. Element two is a really important one as well. You really need to figure out the pain point. You really need to figure out what the pain point is for the nurses. Let's just use that for an example, that you're building out something for nurses. You've got to understand the pain point, not only for the nurses, but the pain point for the nurse administrators, all the way up that. So really find out what that problem is. Really understand, you got to look past the marketing stuff with element three, which is looking, what solutions do they offer? We need to look past what they're showing you on their websites. Competitive analysis goes deeper than that, really understanding, what are the pain points, that nurses have, right? That could potentially, again, be within the solutions, right? And so the best way of doing that, and that's really, I think, kind of like how do you reach your users, or in the other elements right here, that is, how do you find out what solutions and what they offer, is looking, when you look past the marketing stuff in their websites, is looking at their user insights, right? Yeah, you can go to the App Store and check out the different features and the solutions that they offer. Again, if it's a technology type of solution, going to the App Store and looking at the reviews. Again, I know some of us already do this, going to the Google Play Store or wherever else to get user insight on what the solutions that they're offering is really important. I think, again, I've seen really strong ones there. Understand the market precisely. Who is this really for? Understanding the strengths and weaknesses. How do they reach it? You have to understand their distribution models. Again, that I believe is best done with individuals who are much more knowledgeable within the industry that they're trying to innovate within. Can people outside of the industry innovate? Yes, it's just going to take more work. But that distribution channel and understanding that distribution channel, there's a great research, or at least, I'm sorry, chunks of gold, if you will, in terms of your competitive analysis, ultimately to build your moat, right? To build that, that differentiator that your investors are going to ask that what is it? And that you want to obviously build as well as you build this thing out. And so how do you get there? I'm going to show you a couple of slides here. You could do this, and Rob just hit on this, and there's some specific areas that I'll talk about that I think I have in here as well. I'm going to give you some resources what you do without AI. Obviously online, the app store, as I just mentioned, the software sites do some really good stuff on looking at different business the technology platforms, and they do them for healthcare, so you can look if that's where you are. You can obviously go on Reddit, forums and reading customer reviews and getting, again, pain points on what the pain points are for your specific customer. Company websites, again, that's going to be important, but take it with a grain of salt because they're going to put out what they put out. But there's government FDA lists that are available in open source. There's PubMed, Google Scholar is also very, very good. There's the patent office that you can look at. The idea is to try to triangulate these, multiple sites. Don't rely just on one site. I've seen that a lot. They're maybe just in the App Store, not in the Google Play or whatever. The best competitive analyses takes and triangulates this information specific to what you're trying to achieve. You, and as nurses, let me go back for 1 second, also have other tools, right, that you have available to you that we all do. I think they're also open source as well. And they include clinicaltrials.gov. There are other, again, specific databases that again, that you should be able to access, that you can access, like the NIH Reporter website that can provide some information as well. So there are specific healthcare ones along with these. Then, of course, we have AI, right? And Rob just got to mention that. And of course, everyone here is probably using it as well to help you, right? Be more efficient, and to be perhaps even find novel associations between some of the information that AI promises kind of to build out, right? But so, I have here on the screen, you have ChatGPT, you have Bing, and then you have, AI-powered news sites and specifically to the industry. You have this middle thing here called Agent AI, and I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with agentic artificial intelligence. You will probably be more familiar with it as time goes. I would predict very soon. Some of us are probably using it. I think my Apple device is actually starting to use Agent AI. And what agentic AI does is that you provide it a command, and it goes out and initiates and executes that command within different platforms. And so I want to show that to you right now. Okay, so I hope this is going to work. This is the prompt that I'm going to give AI. What I'm using right now, in fact, we're in it. It's Perplexity's Comet Agentic AI. And Perplexity's Comet Agentic AI is a website browser agent. So it's like Chrome, it's like Safari. It's its own thing, and I'm not sure if you can see it actually up here on my toolbar. I open up all these windows in Comet, and it acts like an agent. So let's do this right now. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to open up, and I hope, again, you can still see this. I'm actually going to copy and paste this right here. And you do this, and you copy and paste it right here with the assistant, as I do right now. And it will go out and gather the information that I am requesting. Sometimes it shows you the work. Let's see here. Actually, it just did it right here. And again, I hope you can see this, but it gave me the results. You'll still need to scrub this. But what this does, allows you to be much more, potentially more productive within your workflow. It does potentially give you a strategic advantage, within the Nurse Hackathon, because it's going to allow you to gather information rather quickly. but it can also potentially pull out some novel correlation between your competitors. You're finding specific information, and you're going to be very creative in that. But agent AI is, again, another useful and very, very, I think it's going to be even greater as time progresses. Just looking at the time, and again, I'm going to zip through these. Synthesizing your pitch, of course, is very important. There's obviously going to be a lot of information. So when you're presenting to judges and the best ones that I've seen, really, you highlight those competitors. You'll expect, again, someone in your judging, maybe an expert within a certain area that you're talking about, and may highlight a competitor that may not be there. The best responses there, again, as I've seen, is, we did extensive research, but we couldn't find that one. Thank you, and we will include that. I think that's an important piece. Incorporate real feedback. Provide some numbers. Provide something like 40% of nurses say X, Y, and Z. I think is a critical piece within that. Identifying your gap and then state your differentiator. Judging when is, I just actually, sorry, that's my dog. I hope you didn't hear him. But here's some other areas and just some tips that I'll provide to you, everybody, that you can have them right there. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Any questions? We just ran through that. But we're happy to take any questions. I'm actually back and I can actually see our faces to see if there's anything in the chat. If they're not, we wish everybody good luck. Please, we're going to send you this deck. Reach out to us and connect with us through LinkedIn, and reach out to us if you have any questions. Please email us. Rob, anything left there?
Oh, thank you all. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. You guys were great. We really appreciate you volunteering your time. I know Nico had to hop off, and
No worries. Thank you.
I know we get a lot of questions on both of these areas, competitive analysis and budget. So we'll be reaching back out, as folks ask questions. If we can't answer them, we will go to the experts.
And we can hang out here. I mean, I can hang out here and wait. I think there's a couple of questions here, but I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Eileen.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Hi, how are you? How you doing?
Go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you so much. There's a question here. AWS Databricks are notable agentic. Yeah. I don't think I haven't seen anything specific to any specific agentic healthcare related AI agents just yet. And I'm thinking if Perplexity even launches it yet. Yeah. Just looking here at the responses. All right. Is there any drawback to using AI only for the? Yeah, absolutely, because it's going to hallucinate for sure. You got to make sure that whatever is produced on that. In fact, if I went back and looked at that prompt I just gave it, I'm sure there are some mistakes in there. Yeah, there's not a drawback. The drawback is the accuracy of the data, right? But the competitive advantage would be getting it done in a really short period of time. So you have to weigh with those two things.
It's good as a draft, I think, but everybody should check the work. I think is really
with as I mentioned, triangulating regular sites. I find it best to even triangulate. In fact, indeed, to triangulate if I am using an AI agent to triangulate that information with everything else. So it's not, I'm not taking it solely, absolutely, as the information that's going to be, as a part of the deck. Great questions, though. Yep.
Yeah, I don't see any other questions.
Oh, hello,
Yeah,
hello,
I had
Frida.
a
Yes.
hi. I had a quick question just
Mhm.
about the opportunity cost that you were talking about.
Mhm.
I'm a bedside nurse and this is all new to me,
Mhm.
but um, I don't know how to value protecting my time. Like if I'm going to be giving myself a lot of energy on this project,
Uh-huh.
like how is it legit to write in a budget item of paying me? Like
Yes. Oh, no, no,
that's
yeah,
like,
yeah, yes. Oh, yeah, 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 absolutely. Yes, pay yourself. I even though most founders, most startup folks, particularly the very early stage, say they will not take a salary, and that's respectable. If you're looking for investment, what that tells the investor is that you have some skin in the game, meaning that even if it's $10,000, you need that $10,000 to live and survive.
well, yeah,
Yeah, right, right.
exactly.
I mean,
Like
whatever. Even if it's $100,
I'm
you need gas.
yeah.
So what that tells the investor that you are in, you are. This is not just a hobby.
Hmm.
I think that's an
Yeah.
important piece. This is not just and nothing against hobbies, but this is something that you're, looking beyond a hobby. Let's just leave
Hmm.
it there. Yeah. So no, it is. And again, if it's a nominal, if it's just, you're going to pay yourself a stipend or whatever, however you decide
Hmm.
that you're going to budget for that. But yes, the other piece of that too, and Frida, I'm not sure if this is something with everyone as well. What I see and what I emphasize is if you if you are by yourself, if you're a company, if you're a solopreneur, a company of one,
Hmm.
there's still going to be the need down the road for some support. If it's
Hmm.
SEO support, website support, if it's taking returns, again, I'm not just thinking about all the different types of businesses that could be out there, you're going to need people.
Hmm.
People, even if they're outsourced 1099 vendors.
Hmm.
So that should be budgeted. Yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
you should look at that. I mean, so if you're looking at a budget of a year, then maybe in year 9 you're going to need SEO, you're going to need someone to create a website, whatever. Are you doing
Yeah.
that? If you are doing that, then pay yourself. If you're not, again, figure out that rate. If you're not going to do it, then you're obviously going to outsource it. Put that in the budget somewhere, because again,
Okay.
that shows the investor that because it's not humanly possible for one person to do everything in a
Yeah.
business. It's not. And
Yeah.
so that shows the investor that you're thinking about, yes, paying yourself if that's what you're going to do, but also what it's going to take to scale this thing that you're developing. And you
Okay.
need people to do that. If you hire someone internally, then obviously you're going to budget for that. You're going to, depending on, how you do that, but you are going to put a budget in for that. But if you are going to hire vendors or if you're going to use vendors, you need to put a budget for that as well.
Okay. Well, and so a related question is for a pitch like this, do the people that are going to be like, for example, I'm going to need software support. I don't know how to do that. So, do I need to have them on my team already? Or can I say, as part of my pitch, I'm going to
Yeah.
pay someone to do this job for me because I don't know how to do it?
Well, I mean, I can only you can only answer that question, Frida. I mean,
Yeah.
that's two different business model. I'm not going to get down to the rabbit hole there. It's not.
Yeah.
It's just two different. It's two different strategies. And so, do you want to hire people or do you want to outsource? I mean, that's your question that you need to answer because either one is fine. You have to decide.
But you can write a budget outsourcing something
Of
like
course.
that.
Yeah, 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 of
Okay.
course. Yeah, yeah, because you're going to figure out what the rate is going to be for some web developer, and you're going to put that
Yeah.
in your marketing dollars.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else. We'll say thank you again to both of you for your time, and we look forward to seeing these wonderful ideas with great competitive analyses and budgets. Thank you
Be
so
well,
much.
everybody. Stay well. Bye bye.